All right. What is up? Those that are here to watch later. um, Busy weekend. A little bit of a late start for me. Kind of. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. The point is practice. A little bit of a late start, though. Later than I would want. And it sucks because I woke up early, too. There we go. I woke up early, but it felt like I woke up to the wrong alarm, and so I went back to sleep. Really annoying. All right, so I wanted to make a flyer for this one, kind of like how I had on the other one. Just did not have time between everything I was shuffling around. So, just to kind of, for the sake of the recorded stream and video, just to kind of give a brief plan of a brief overview, I guess, of what I plan to study today and this week. I'm still trying to think up some like concrete ideas for the latter half of the week, but for today, I want to take the understanding that I gathered from working on simplifying anatomy last week. So the head, the upper body, and the lower body. And I want to work on simplifying it even further. These are really solid for constructing, you know, final-ish pass figure, but I need to develop something that's going to be a lot better for quickly getting the idea down, primarily focusing on, gesture being number one most important thing. But the number two, I feel currently, most important thing is going to be not just coming up with, you know, a gesture pass, right? Actually training my hands and my eyes and the way that I view gesture when I'm looking at reference or when I'm looking at a pose or when I'm trying to come up with one in my head. Not just jotting the gesture down and finding, good line of action and blah, 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 but really trying to think of, the important indicators, the important lines, the important lines of action, and so on. What is the most bare bones that I can get away with that will allow me to quickly rough this out, but also when it's time for a final pass, or at least a cleaner pass, that my shorthand translates well into a final pass. I'm not having to redraw it as hard or anything. It's just a good transition. And so, because I worry that, you know, quickly getting something down. Oh, hello. I worry that quickly getting something down and, trying to capture like the pose, and this is obviously just scribbling, but I worry that getting, something quickly down, like when people go to do gesture, or like when I've done gesture in the past, it's so quick and it's without like a style, right? And I have this idea that I want to mill around with today while I'm trying to simplify these things even further. I feel like shorthand, there's different ways of shorthanding and different ways of shorthanding for gesture or shorthanding for animation, things like that. But I want to definitely try and think of shorthand as a style today and see what I can gain from doing that. That's kind of where my brain's at today. Just, experimentation today, working towards gesture. I want to mill around with trying to simplify these things, like I said, create a good gestural shorthand, and then spend the rest of the evening, rest of the day, evening. Man, it kind of does do that. It goes morning, evening, night, or morning, afternoon, evening on this stream for as long as I go. Geez, but and then spend the rest of the day essentially working towards just time gestures, and that'll kind of be the theme of the week. Is essentially taking everything from last week and turning those ideas into a nice stylized shorthand that is both gestural and what is the word? Man, brain fart for the word. I'm just gonna stop thinking of it, but that's kind of just of it. Without further ado, I'm just gonna start getting at it. I got my little breakfast here. It's cheese and cashews with some dried cranberries. So, dear Lord, I hope that I haven't. Normally, when I'm eating on stream or going through stuff, I mute because I'm putting away some like food. But since this is more like a snack pack, I hope that I know you can hear this me opening it, but man, I hope that my crunching and munching doesn't just come through on the mic. If it does, I'm gonna be taking a look to notice, but I'll turn my mic off. Okay. So this is what I had last week. And if I remember correctly, the ways that I was thinking about this and the ways that I was like breaking it down for myself was like essentially getting the shoulders, getting the hips, finding that line of action, whatever it might be. Also trying not to be zoomed in all the way. Indicating maybe the head, the contour of the body, and then plugging in everything there. And so I need to figure out a system of how I can quickly get these things down. I also need to wake my hand up because I am definitely already not going as fast as I should be or could be. But yeah, I want to try and avoid being super sloppy, but also at the same time, this is just experimentation, just trying to figure it out. So, like for example, things like this chest center line, this might be good for indicating, some poses, some extreme ones, but my thoughts, as far as trying to figure out this gesture goes, is like, maybe that's not needed, right? Maybe these aren't needed. Maybe whenever, it's time to get into the legs, maybe I do just, I don't know, stick figures, like stick figure leg. I don't know. That's essentially it's what I'm trying to figure out today. Is going to be how I want to approach shorthanding the figure. So, if that sounds interesting, I mean that's what that's what today's going to be. So, if not, I'll catch you next time. But yeah, so just gonna try and figure those things out. What can I simplify? What can I get away with? What can I omit? And trying to figure out what's necessary. There were some really good shorthand references in here, like this one I had liked. These were Just gonna do this, I guess. This was super solid, I thought. So something that I was thinking last night is trying to quickly get down a head shape, whether that's, man, I really need to wake my hand up. Whether that's, just the one line that's like, or maybe it's a couple parts, I'm not sure. Another idea that I was having is trying to be really really economical, I guess, with how I portray the body, because I have a fairly decent understanding of like division, like dividing the body up into its parts, and so if I can avoid some of those construction lines and just start feeling it out, I can make edits later. And trying to get those ideas like into my head like second nature, because then I won't question myself as much when I'm drawing. You'll put something down and you'll be like, oh, this isn't quite right. The ribs here are pinching in already too much. I need to fix that. But again, just trying to feel out the gesture and ignore the anatomy. Really, this week will really be putting in that gesture over anatomy into the front of my brain is what I'm hoping. I spent all last week working on gesture. That fight's not over entirely, but spent all last week working on gesture. So this week I want to take that and really not push it away, but make gesture more important. So but yeah, on these now, I can't see whether or not this is the sketch or the rough sketch or the whatever, but this looks loose enough compared to some of these other ones to be that gestural rough pass, indicating, oh, we've got two people carrying someone away, right? And so I think what will be important for me is going to be, and you can kind of see that line here is what I'm guessing that was. So, but what will be important for me, I think, is indicating, shoulders and hips, just as always, understanding how your character is leaning, tilting, twisting, things like that, getting down that center line if it's necessary, being relatively quick with it, and then mapping out that that bean shape, the contour, and essentially just putting everything in this little container, I guess. Ignoring the hips as much as I want to indicate that. I don't think I need to focus on that. I don't think I need to for this. Just knowing, the hips are there. They're not going anywhere. But really trying to think about that and, keep telling myself, it'll be fine. You can clean it up later. Making sure that my character is always in the screen, trying not to, even though I can see the whole character maybe here, trying not to push them off screen. I feel like that is probably going to be an important thing to make habit. roughly indicate feet. Put some hands in. You know, and trying to be quick. But I think that's good. I think that's a good start, right? The idea behind it. Shoulders, center line, and then mapping out the outline of the body. So shoulders, get rid of that. Shoulders, hips, center line, mapping out the outside of the body. That this character is looking this way. And then kind of leaving it like that. Yeah. So, and also, I think would be, it could be, maybe, and I'll try it real quick. It could be good practice the same way that taking Unalak and drawing over the top of his clothes to find the forms when normally they'd be hidden. Like, you know, there's so much going on, but finding those forms under there. Maybe it's a good idea to take this practice and kind of do the same thing. Like a rough idea would be like, you know, shoulders, hips, center line, find the outside of the body, ignoring the hips, ignoring the construction things that were worked on, you know, putting in the head, and then quickly quickly indicating some of these things, you know. Something like that, maybe. Something like that. Like that I'd be happy with that. Obviously there's a pose underneath there. And I still need to, my hand is just, I'm not feeling super comfortable just yet. But something like this, like I would be happy with that. If I could build consistency. You know, ignoring the hips. I know they're there. I don't need to construct them just yet. Adding the collarbones isn't going to change the gesture of this pose. It could help me construct it. It's possible. You know, if it was like a hard pose. But, yeah. Collarbones aren't going to help me with this one, with the gesture. Indicating the hips isn't going to help me with this gesture. You know, this gesture is him putting, you know, going into this motion. So, anyway, yeah. I like that. I think that's a good start. Some other really good shorthands here. And I wanted to have most of this all ready and done. But yeah, it's just a really, really busy weekend. But yeah, this is solid. See, like, there's no, compared to some of the other sketching and stuff, excuse me, there's no, like, hip construction. You know, I imagine, and even then, drawing of these things, the more practice probably can be omitted as well. You know, once you're comfortable, like, holding something, like, in your mind's eye, you don't need to, like, think about it too much. Like, you know, we all, for the most part, started drawing faces like this, right? Well, after a while, you know, you stop needing all these extra things and you start kind of like going into here, right? So it's probably the same thing, same principle with these. It's like the more you use them, the more you can visualize them, the less you need them actually. But anyway, for now I do. So shoulders, center line, looking at the reference, getting the contour down, looking at the pose. I feel like also not being afraid to use, keep it organic, but maybe using more straight lines than I would if this were, you know, if this were like a pose or something. I'd probably be like trying to capture like some of that muscularity or that musculature like in the thigh, but like maybe straight lines would be fine. Because just want to practice getting ideas down quickly, getting poses down quickly, so that when it comes to making some animation, I can do it quick. I don't have to spend, you know, days on an idea. I can rough it out relatively quickly. Like normally I'd be like, you know, here, let's draw that. I don't think it's completely unnecessary, but it might also be completely unnecessary. I think it's fine, but I want to get out of the habit of needing to use things like that. Yeah, like this would be cool. You know, these shapes will get stronger as I get better about visualizing and my hand warms up. But yeah, these kinds of shorthands are chill. I like this. A little bit of a complicated one here. Getting the body, capturing the hips. Take something like this. Center line. Draw the contour of the body. Straight lines are fine. Getting it down quickly. Something like that, and then, you know, you can come back in later and clean it up. Pretty good. I'm starting to find where I want to be as far as like a shorthand goes. Let's see. Something along these lines. Starting to get there. Yeah. This shorthand's really solid. Yeah, that's cool. I might go into gesture drawing here a little bit sooner than I thought. Just because I'm starting to get where I want as far as head goes. You know, trying not to break, for example, you know, break these things down, being like, okay, this needs to be here, blah, blah, blah. Just something like that's fine, right? Shoulders, hips. Yeah. Like this. you know what? Why not give it a shot? I feel like the construction's alright. I just need to start doing some gesture studies, because I'm actually fairly happy with the construction of that. You know, something like hips, shoulders, find the contours. Is that right? That's not very gestural, it's kind of a static pose, but as far as quickly constructing it goes, this is fine. If I were to come back later, it's not too hard to clean up and draw over the top of this if I needed to erase a couple things, drop this down. It's fairly doable, I guess, fairly easy. So. Yeah. Good enough for me. Alright. Let's get some more poses going. Get that pose book up. And let's just start going through some of these. Not timed for now. Just going through, trying to match some of the ideas behind simplifying the head and the body and so on, and then getting into timed, like later on. Last time I think my pen was a little too small because these drawings end up being a little stringy. Okay. So making sure I stay zoomed out. Thinking about some of these things. Not being too precise. Gesture over anatomy. And get that tattooed across my forehead. Gesture over. Oh, that was really big. Okay. So, actually, before I start entirely, I want to remind myself, and this talking out loud kind of stuff is like, for me, I think of it like, again, I used this as an example last week, but when you're learning something in school, your teachers would have you say it out loud, write it down, and repeat it or something like that. It was like 3 steps, right? You like say it, write it, repeat it, and that like would help you learn it. So looking at the reference, I don't want to match it entirely. I'm not trying to, do anything like this from the other day, or like these, at least where my brain space was when I was drawing these, was trying to get them, similar to the reference, or more so exactly to the reference. For these rough gesture drawings, at least what I'm thinking right now, where my head's at, in addition to trying to omit those unnecessary details, at least for this step, as far as hips and chest indicators and all those little added things like the abs and stuff, like all these extra lines that really help to sell the form and make it look good, somewhat unnecessary for this part of it. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not following the pose exactly, but just taking the essence, extracting the essence of the pose, the gesture of the pose. And if it looks different, that's fine, but is the intention of the pose there? Is, for example, in this pose, the guy I'm drawing in yellow, he's like standing over this guy, depending on the story that you're telling yourself in your head, I guess, like, he's about to land this final blow, knock this guy out. He's deciding whether or not he wants to do it. It's a decisive thing, he just flipped onto this dude. Am I about to knock you out or not? Like, maybe he will, maybe he doesn't, but it's that anticipation right before he strikes. It's like, I want to get that across, that gesture of that idea across, less about making it look exactly like this and more so capture the essence. Again, just saying that only to remind myself before I hop into it. I'm not going to time these just yet, but once I do a couple and I get comfortable, I'll probably throw a timer on my watch and see if I can get comfortable with the process and then speed it up. So, capturing the head. Shoulders, and the contour of the body. maybe less arms first and more structure. So maybe instead of getting into the arms, I want to plant out this character first. Keeping in mind perspective, you know, things like that. Can't see this foot, but that's fine. This foot didn't seem quite right. In fact, looking at some of this, like the spacing of the pose, his foot is more underneath him, like something like that. And then this one is more out. Something like this probably. Center line. And then now I can think about capturing the essence of the arms. And so I want to also, during this process, saying this just out loud to remind myself, I want to think about making the legs a little bit thinner, make my legs a little bit meaty, and that's just something I want to work on. I want to work on making my legs and my legs and arms a little bit thinner. I think that it's gonna make capturing the shorthand a little bit easier. It's gonna make drawing a little bit easier. Like these spindles, these little arms and stuff like that are perfect for quickly getting in these little tube shapes. I don't know, I just want to be conscious of that. That's all. That is all. So, not bad with this one. Again, I'll know how good it is, how well I feel about it when I time it. But I think that was only like, you know, a few minutes or so. It's like hard to, I don't want to have to zoom out every single time, but looking for a reference like this is a little obnoxious, but it's fine. I just want to make sure that as far as the stream goes, that the reference can be seen and used if it, you know, if somebody wants to. So that's it. So on to this next one. You know, I'm happy with this first one. It's a good start. Gonna see how well this one does. Okay. Maybe on this one, you know, if this is how big this drawing ended up being, I'm gonna try and contain maybe in a smaller range this drawing, just to see. I don't know if I'll do that, but just to see. Yo, what's up, dude? How you doing? I wanted to, if I'm not mistaken, if this is the right Ibrahim, I wanted to say what's up at Lightbox, but what's up, dude? I hope you're well. Okay, let's see. So again, just contour out the body. See, I already making it a little bit bigger. Let me try and challenge myself, make it smaller. You know, if I were thumbnailing or roughing or something. So, important part, just that cavity. Getting in the line of action. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. I feel like this one's going to end up being bigger than I wanted anyway. Capture the head, look it down. Try and think of the energy, not really looking so much exactly at the posing or at the reference, but trying to capture that essence of the reference. What is the reference telling me, you know? Not about what it's showing me, but what is the reference telling me? Ground it out a little bit more. A bit of thigh action there. Trying not to draw the hips, because I don't need to. Not a fan of this one for obvious reasons. This one's not telling the story too well, but I think that is simply just my lack of line of action. Good, thanks for asking. I'll try to do the same. Draw as a challenge. Yo, what's up, Dana? Hope you're well, man. Good to see you again. Dude, it sucks so much trying to be comfortable leaving these drawings like this, not wanting to, you know, touch them after the fact or clean them up, draw them. Just capture the essence and move on. But it's rough. But aside from line confidence, obviously just the amount of lines I'm using to get these things down. Stylistically, I guess, the choices that I'm making, I'm happy with. I mentioned this last week, but I wish that more instructors, more people would talk about shorthand being a style of its own. I feel like more people would have success when deciding how to shorthand or deciding how to gesture draw, because it's not as simple as just, you know, capture the essence, get the gesture down, blah blah blah. Like, um, you're still making a decision on how you're gonna draw it. You're still making a choice about how you're choosing to depict different features, whether or not you add detail or omit detail, or maybe you change the way that draw heads. Maybe you draw heads when you're drawing heads. You do something like this, but that's not ideal for drawing gesture, right? And so you can't just tell someone to quickly capture the pose and okay, now they're trying to figure out how they can quickly do these things and blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, you could do that, right? You could draw fast throughout the whole thing. You could also maybe try and like come up with an indicator for how you would do that, right? Like, boom, less stress, it's less messy. I don't know if this is how I'm gonna keep heads or whatever, but I feel like if more people talked about coming up with a style, I guess it doesn't have to be style searching, right? You're not trying to come up with a final look for a show or a comic or something, but thinking about how you're gonna draw the head or the arms or the legs or the body or the whatever while drawing shorthand or drawing gesturally. I don't know. I think it would be beneficial to a lot of people. It would have been beneficial to me, for sure. I like this blue guy, not the guy we just drew, but he's got a really sick pose here. Yeah, it looks like he's getting ready to whip, to do something. It looks really cool. So anyway, important for me to capture the shoulders, capture the hips. He's really loading into this center of, mass. It's pretty evenly distributed. It's kind of like this kind of a feeling. But it's also, his head. What an awesome pose. At least the way that his clothes are exaggerating it. Are you studying in an art school? No, I am completely self-taught. The only schooling I've done was getting through high school and attempting community college a few times. But and then I guess I went back to try and learn some Japanese. I took Japanese for a couple of years. But here in Oklahoma, without anyone to, practice with and stay connected with, it's kind of hard to keep up a language. So I remember some of it, but not as much as I should. But no, this is my own art school, essentially, for myself. I just thought it would be fun to stream the process. Number one, streaming it keeps me busy. So, I'm not getting distracted by Instagram or YouTube. I'm literally live, even if I'm streaming to nobody. I'm live and I need to stay busy. So, I'm 28. I'll be 29 in April. And I think you love watching anime. Man, I really should have used it as a tool when I was learning Japanese. I should have more often, but yeah, I like watching such a. I'm gonna describe it like this, but this is not my like final stand. I'm not gonna like die on this hill, but because there's tons of good anime. But I like watching like good anime. Like, it's such a weird way to put it. I don't just watch anime, right? Like, I would much rather watch a good show or a good anime, whether that be live action or animated, than just giving time to having any anime or any show on at all the time. I don't really watch TV much. If anything, YouTube videos get my attention more, just because like you're able to get information quicker out of like a 10-20 minute video. If you're trying to learn something or know something, or you know, teach yourself something, you get something quicker. So, but when there's a good show that comes out, you know, like I'm gonna give Delicious in Dungeon a chance. It looks really fun. I haven't seen anything on it just yet, aside from like trailers and stuff. So I want to give that a shot. But like Andor, Beef, you know, I love those shows, were great. But yeah, my anime preferences are like older school. I don't watch it too much, but when there's something that comes out that really grabs my attention, I binge it, and then I get the groundworks, the production material books, the storyboard books. Anyway, shoulders, hips. Yeah, the way that his clothes really exaggerate this, like, I don't know, this like whipping motion. It's really cool. No, I was living in LA for a while, but I was staying with family. Don't need those. Need to remind myself. I don't need those. I was staying with family, and then, you know, that was for a little bit, but now I'm back in Oklahoma. Yeah, there we go. I'm not thrilled with this arm, but I can see here a lot better that I was able to get that spindly kind of look, um, that I'm going for. I want a thinner arm experience. I think it's amazing that you try to keep yourself, have to do something like it and try to do it, but every time I fall off. Um, Thank you, number one. And number two, for me, I mean, I'm kind of, it's not really a cheat, right? But I'm kind of cheating that really not success, but the success of consistency, because you know, again, it's not cheating, but I'm using the streaming as my crutch almost, right? Like, I would still be putting in the effort to draw and to learn, um, but the streaming definitely helps me to stay consistent and motivated. You know, I don't want to fail, in the sense that I don't want to, you know, make all this noise of, you know, hey, come watch me stream, come hang out, come draw, and then, you know, I do it for like a week and then I never do it, and then now people have this impression of like, man, this guy has streamed a couple times and then just given up. What's up with that? You know, not that I'm even streaming for them, but all of those subconscious thoughts, you know, the not wanting to fail, the streaming in front of people, so like I literally have to stay busy. Those things keep me those things keep me going. You know what I mean? Like, it would be so easy, especially being at home most of the time. It would be so easy to fall off. You know, it'd be so easy to get distracted by YouTube one day, or get distracted by, you know, there's a couple new games that came out. Pal World came out, looks super duper fun. My girlfriend and I and a friend have been getting into Final Fantasy Online again, which has been a really, really good time. And so, yeah, super easy to fall off, but I try and give myself, I don't know, chains, I guess. Like, I try and give myself, like, obstacles that make it difficult for me to just fall off. But again, thank you. So, so far, I'm happy with how these are looking. I'm happy with the detail I've been able to omit, and still, get to the end goal. Some of these poses, like this one, you know, I feel like I could push a little bit with maybe some like rounder lines here to like really sell the you know, the lunge, the gesture, the intention, the essence. It's like that already feels stronger, and it's just a small tweak. I like that I'm not using some of these construction lines that I would normally be in the hips. It's been a good notice. Slowly getting towards making the arms more spindly. You know, again, it's a stylistic thing that I think will help me get to the end goal of the shorthand that I want to develop, for quickly roughing out ideas. Because, so I'm going to spend today thinking and challenging myself to think objectively and subjectively, just all around, just really deep dive into gesture and shorthand. Excuse me. You know, challenge myself to figure out what works best for me, and then, you know, put these thoughts to gesture practice like I'm doing now. Essentially, trying to find the essence of the pose, not copy it. Not copy it identically. Jeez, you're gonna learn a bunch of new made-up words if you hang out in this stream. But not copy it entirely accurate, but copy it in a way that, again, I'm getting the essence of the pose, I'm getting the gesture of the pose. It's not about copying the pose entirely, but what is the story? What is the point of the reference that you're choosing to use, or that you're choosing to draw from? If you're trying to get reference from, you know, from someone throwing a punch or a kick, then you've chosen that reference of the punch or the kick for the reason. So, you know, use it for the reason. The hardest thing for me is to locate the hips. Any tips, man? Yeah. What's up, Atten? Good to see you, man. Yeah, so let's see. So for me, let me pull up another reference image real quick, and I'll kind of give a brief little example. Again, this is only how I would think of it, right? Wow, that's a cool pose too. I like, again, the guy in the blue jacket. Feels good. So, let's see. I don't know, dude. Oh, I will hang out. Oh, nice. Thank you. I don't know, dude. I was trying to learn a new thing every day, and it feels sucks. If you fall off on YouTube and watching bad stuff and have easy dopamine. Oh yeah, right. Like YouTube Shorts, dude. Like so it doesn't help because it doesn't close the app, but YouTube has like a thing on its settings that like allow you to set like reminders. Hey, you've been on here for an hour or something. So I have mine set to an hour, and again, it doesn't close the app for you, but it does make a pop up. Um, and so I just try and build the discipline to, if I see that pop up, just immediately close YouTube. Um, Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but no, I feel you. But Atten, so again, this is just how I do it. It's just how I figure it out. Excuse me. I don't have a way of, yeah, literally just a reminder. Excuse me. I don't have a foolproof way personally of, you know, a lot of people will be like, okay, so, you have your heads. I usually stick around 6 or 7 heads. But you have your heads, and they'll be like, okay, your head's here and your shoulders, and then your hips are going to be about 3.5 down, and then you go and then you make your center line, and then blah, blah, blah. I don't do that anymore. It's definitely useful because doing things like this, not just this, but doing things like this will help you to build that spatial awareness so that when you don't have your setup, your guides, your any of that stuff, you're able to look at what you're drawing objectively and be like, okay, if I put the head here and the shoulders are here, well, the hips can't really be here, can they? Because then I'm trying to shove in, all this upper body stuff, and now my character looks kind of wonky, and that could work, right? But it's just building that spatial awareness, right? Like sometimes I put the hips high, sometimes I put the hips a little bit lower on some drawings, but it's just building that spatial awareness. Like I can see when looking at this that these hips, this is a little bit low, like you can just kind of tell. So as far as spacing the hips, right, like locating them, after I get my shoulders and my hips going good, I like to draw the outline of the body, and these lines that indicate the shoulders and the hips, don't be confused. These lines could be this long, right? That doesn't mean that the contour of the body is going to be that long. So don't be confused by trying to make the contours line up exactly, because you might make your line a little bit long. That doesn't mean that you need to come and connect it out here, right? So just be conscious of that. Indicate quickly the chest, drawing the neck and stuff like that. I want this one to be a little more turned. Now that we have the contour of the body, we can start to shape these things out a little bit more. And then the hips, so I like to, so I find about where the hips are. Sometimes this is going to indicate the top of the hips for me, sometimes it's the bottom, sometimes all it is just an indicator to say, hey, they belong somewhere around here. So I get all these things in here. I get this little bump here that is kind of like where your rib cage kind of disappears, and so the muscle that sits on it goes over the rib cage and then down. So essentially that little bitty line there tells me, okay, a little bit below that my belly button is gonna sit. And then the belly button sits, everyone's body's a little bit different. Some people have longer torsos, some people have shorter torsos, but for most, the average is that your hips, the top crest, right? Not where you wear your, some people for sure, not where you wear your pants though, not where you sag your pants or anything like that, but just anatomically, your bones, the top of the hips, are going to be somewhat in line with your belly button. Again, some people have shorter abdomens, longer abdomens, whatever. But that's the general-ish rule, is that the hips kind of crest where the belly button is. From there, again, it's just spatial awareness. You don't want to make the area for the junk, too small. You also don't want to make it too long. But, just over time practice, like getting these ideas down, you'll be able to essentially, find the hips, right? So that's kind of the gist of it. And I spent last week going over this stuff in a lot more detail. No, it's not bad to use reference at all. Definitely use your reference. Use it all the time. If you want to. Practice without it, to build up your own mental library. But anyway, Atten, if you wanted to, in the videos on my profile, the streams from last week with upper body and lower body are there. I had some trouble with the internet, so I wasn't able to get day one up with the heads. But it is coming. I do have that recording, so just bear with me. I know someone else was asking for it. Not that anyone here is, but it'll be up if anyone, was interested or hoping to have some background noise to hang out or draw to. But that's about it. That's about how I think about hips, You can also think about it like dividing it like an hourglass kind of a shape. And so essentially, you get your hips going, and you have just this shape, this hourglass shape, is sometimes all you need as well. And again, that line, it's only going to softly indicate to me where the hips are. It's not a steadfast rule. It doesn't tell me that they need to be above or below it. For me personally, it's just here is this thing that exists. And so anyway, that's one way you can do it, this hourglass figure. You can quickly get some ideas down like this as well. So, yes. Anyway, gonna get back to figuring out the shorthand. Gonna catch myself up again because I did a little bit of chit-chatting outside of where I was thinking. Excuse me. But so yeah, I'm liking the development so far. I want to try and stick with these spindle arms. Maybe thin out the legs just a little bit more, but I think they're good. I'm liking where the bodies are going. The detail omission is pretty solid. Line confidence can improve, but I think that's just me drawing in the morning. I didn't do much drawing over the weekend, so I'm just trying to get back up to speed. So I think line confidence, will improve a little bit as the day goes on. But yeah, things are looking good. I'm liking how they're looking. Omitting those details like the collarbones, they don't add anything to this pose. If I were to draw on the hips, it doesn't add anything to this pose. Just rough indication of the general essence of the reference is what I'm after. Utilizing some of these simplified lines to tell the story of what the gesture is doing and thinking. So, and again, gesture over anatomy. This is the important thing. Anatomy, that stuff can be fixed in your final pass, your clean pass, things like that. But the gesture is what is going to sell my animation or my posing, so I need to, you know, make sure I'm staying on top of that. So now I'm going to get into this next one and try and figure that out. So thinking shoulders and hips. And something that I think is a good little thing, I don't know how many other people do it, but just a little quick observation. On something like this where, you know, he's leaning forward and his butt is pushed back. I think it's fun, or not fun, but I like to make the hips the line, at least the line that indicates it, you know, make it larger just because it sells that depth a little bit more. Even just in my mind's eye, the way that I'm like looking at this has been altered because of the fact that this one is slightly longer. Just a observation. I think it's neat. This one was cool. I liked this one. Just gonna finish kind of changing some of these things to sell the pose a little bit more. feet were a little challenging to place on this one, but I did like the upper body was a little bit better. I liked the way the arms came out. The jacket is kind of hiding some of these things, but feels good there. Yeah. Okay. Find some new reference real quick. This is a solid little double reference here. I'm not going to do both at the same time, but liking this. I think that I'm getting the shorthand components down, as far as omitting detail and simplifying things, you know, not getting caught up in the cleaning up or the adding too much, but I would like to see more from me about trying to get the essence and the story down. You know, what is the point of the pose, and how can I describe that through my artwork? So wait to do the arms and the shoulders. I think that, at least from the couple that I've done and what I've noticed, I think that capturing the legs helps to capture the gesture more so than if I did the arms first. So I want to make sure I do that and think about that. This has like that sweeping motion, so the leg on the reference is kind of straight down. I want to, again, like I said, I want to think about capturing that essence of the pose, so I'm going to, more so than I think it is, I'm going to pull this leg just a little bit so that it has this, you know, continued line of action. And then go in and add the arms, keeping them like little spindles, because that's what's appealing to me in this shorthand. Cleaning it up a little bit, not to redraw it or anything, just to make sure that the you know, it's not messy. Essentially, just clean up some of those scribbles more so. So again, let's see. Legs a little meaty once more. Something I'm fixing as we continue on. But I like this. I like the arm came out nice and spindly. You know, good kick. I feel like I could maybe push this leg in some way. Maybe like that. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'm pleased with it. I think it ended up being a decent attempt at capturing this gesture. So not bad on this one. Again, liking the way that the arms came out, nice, thin, spindly, perfect for a quick shorthand, not too beefy, very quick to just, you know, add these kinds of things to them. Whatever the case may be. Anyway, yeah, cool. Cool. Like that one. Maybe he deserves to have his head attached to his body. I don't know. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Anyway. And then this guy has a really solid gesture as well. I want to capture. And again, for anyone that might be popping in new or not, or skipping ahead in the video later on, I'm trying to take the understanding of anatomy, the upper, lower, middle, or the upper head and lower body, and trying to break them down into their most bare necessity, you know, omitting things like the hip structure, the chest, unless it's super necessary, collarbones, anything that doesn't add to the overall pose that is going to help tell the story of what the gesture is depicting. I want to try and get rid of and work on a fast, clean approach to shorthanding. And then as I continue to work on this throughout the week, eventually getting into, you know, time gestures towards the end of the day, and then later in the week, time gestures, doing bodies in motion. So one pose to another, focusing primarily on capturing those key poses of an action, using the ideas that I'm building on from today. So it's the plan for today and a small little snippet of the plan for, or what I plan on studying for the week. Snippet there. Trying to stay zoomed out is such a challenge because I want nothing more than to zoom in and be close to the drawing for whatever reason.
feel like I could, like, if I wanted to add some of these things like that. Why not? Okay, not bad. Like this one as well. A solid gesture. You know, the omission of detail is pretty good. Indicator of some forms like this. I guess you could argue, you know, that it's necessary or not. But I guess that just depends on who's drawn it or whatever. It looks fine though. Happy with that. But yeah, starting to get the arms, at least in the last couple of poses where I want them. I mean, heads are looking fine, I guess. There's not really too much to change or add or build on with the heads, at least as far as I can tell currently. I'm not worried about anything. So yeah, again, I'm fairly pleased. Gonna move on, keep going. I think this one will be good with this guy here. Try and be a little bit quicker with this one. Try and tell the story of what's being depicted as quick as I can. Zoom out a little bit so I don't get tunnel vision. I wish I could see what his feet were doing, but that's fine. Trying to come up with these things on your own is a fun part of the challenge, I guess. get rid of some of these things that I don't quite need. Maybe rotate this a little bit. Another decent gesture down. So I gotta say, I'm super stoked with how this the shorthand, the quickening of the work from last week is going. Omitting these details, really working on keeping things like the arms and the legs thinner than I normally would. Not only is that something that I want to work on, just in general, when I am rendering or finalizing or cleaning up, but for the sake of the posing, the gesture, the shorthand, the ideating, I think it helps to indicate the pose a little bit cleaner, a little bit more clean. I don't know. That's just how I feel about it, I guess. Whether or not that's an accurate articulation of my thoughts, I have no clue. But that is how I feel, at least trying to get those words out. Yeah. Started good, but really getting somewhere in these ones over here. I think I want to start trying to get some overlapping forms, overlapping shapes, some leaning, some tilting, some flipping and twisting, and see how that does. But yeah, I'm liking these. I'm liking how they're looking. I'm gonna fill my water again real quick, just because I'm out now, so I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm stoked with how this day has gone so far. Looking forward to really building out this style, I guess. Sorry, be right back. All right. Whew, excuse me. But yeah, really liking this last one. It's a good omission of detail. Looks pretty solid. But yeah, let's see if we can find a reference picture that has some good overlap. Same little click there. Here, I'm gonna zoom out real quick. I mean, those are good, but they're still just, there's not much overlap. There's twisting and stuff and flipping, which is cool, but like something like these, like I want to get like, I'm going to do one of these. Probably start with this one just because he's grounded. Where are you getting your references from? This is a Posebook PDF of, hang on, I can tell you the company. I think it's like Real Action Pose book, but I can tell you, one second. Yeah,
it's a Real Action Pose Collection. And this is a PDF, so it's just reading from my computer. So typing the web page in isn't going to help you. but yeah. It is Real Action Pose Collection, and it's a Japanese book, so maybe that will help. Can you share the link? It's not a link. There's no link to it or anything, but real action. I'll write it out too, just in case I'm not articulating well. Real Action Pose Collection, and there are tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of these books from the company that makes them. All of them are going to be bodies in motion, and there's references for literally everything from action to slice of life, kind of sitting there, to adults themed. There's just tons and tons of these books. I've got a couple on my shelf. This is having the PDF though is good for being able to, share the reference and stream with y'all. So that is the book. Sorry, I was just deciding which pose I liked more. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Ouch. Alright, so I'm gonna think of this again. I'm gonna scoot over. If I now this is just me sharing a thought, I guess, but I don't know if anyone else is like this. If I try and draw this guy grounded and I'm like drawing it up here, it's gonna mess with me. I'm gonna like be trying to put him on like the same imaginary floor plane. So if I don't see that guy's foot, it just makes it easy for me to start the pose somewhere else, and then I can just move it next to it. So don't know if anyone else does that stuff, but I sure do. Okay, boom and boom. This is just indicating the shoulders and the hips. I want to try and block them out like this and like this. Getting that center line in. Back of the head. Getting the legs in, and immediately that foot started showing itself, and I like can't think properly. Getting the leg in, getting the foot in. Shortening this out a little bit. He's a little bit more scrunched up, like this almost, and like that.
enlarging this foot so that I can make this whole thing smaller. 'Cause I feel like that it's necessary to clean some of these ideas up. This shoulder actually seems like it's a little bit more brought back and down. Same thing with the head, a little bit smaller. Cool. Happy with that one. It's a little more constructed. I mean, it's a little more messy, I guess. Take a second to feel out some of those lines and stuff. But overall, you know, I think it's all right. I think it's good. His legs are. I mean, I want to say that they're a little long, but I mean, honestly, compared to how his body is scrunched up, I mean, I think they just appear that way. So, gonna move on. Yeah, cool. That's a good one. I like that one. This one, so now what I'm going to do is, instead of timing myself to get it done in a certain amount of time, sometimes the foreshortening demands the construction. I agree, for sure. And at the very least, just the like bucket shape. Like, for example, there's one. I've gone too far. Here we go. Like some of these foreshortened ones, like this overlap, this kind of box shape comes in to like be like, hey, how do I say? This is a form you need to think about, and this is a form you need to think about, and you need to think about dropping this form in front of this one. Something like that. But yeah, no, I agree. But yeah, so now what I'm going to do is time myself, not for the sake of timing, like to get it done quicker, but for the sake of trying to see how fast I'm getting these done is the point for me. I want to see what my average is. Now that I've gotten a few done, 2, 4, 6, 8. Now I've gotten a few done. I want to see how fast I'm getting these done on average, and then I'll know where I need to improve. Do I need to improve on speed, on confidence? Do I need to simplify more, and that'll help me speed up? Things like that. So you set the timer for yourself, giving yourself 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever, and then it counts down. You're like constantly rushing. But if I don't have that that clock ticking, I think it'll be less stressful. So let's see. Going to pull my timer up real quick. Or stopwatch is actually what I need. Yeah, what's up, Derek? So your first thing is not worrying on speed. Yeah, I wanted to worry about so taking the work from the last couple days, simplifying it down. This is simplified, as far as anatomy goes, but simplifying it down to what I would consider like bare necessities. I don't need to indicate the chest here. Sometimes I might, but I don't need to do that. I don't need to draw the hips in. So simplifying it down to its bare necessities. And now that I'm comfortable, I want to try and like see how fast I'm going. That comes with time and leads to failure if you focus on it. Best thing to lean and improve from is doing stuff ranging from 10 seconds to max 5 minutes, because it's those longer ones that will help you. Oh, neat. But not over rendering, but understanding the gesture and form. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, I love that. Also, what up, Derek, man? I know I just said it, but hope you're well, my dude. All right, so I'm just going to, again, time this one, not for the sake of time, just to see, where I'm sitting at on an average for when I get going. This is only about an hour or so in, trying to figure this out. So I just want to get an average at the beginning and then kind of work from there. So I'm going to start the timer now. And I'm not thinking of it as any different than how I was these last ones. Me talking right now is going to slow me down a little bit. But I just want to think of it as, right now the clock isn't even there for me, I just want to know about where I'm sitting. To make this appear as though it's a little more overlapping. I think it's going to help me with this foot here. The placement of the knee is going to help to indicate, so like this is one that might help. It's going to help to indicate how the foot is rotated, because right now this shit is straight. Needs to be a little more bent. There we go. It's a little bit better. Off of this. sure that he's balanced. He's needs to come forward a little bit more. Something like this. This foot's a little bit big. I'd say I'll leave it there. So about 4 minutes 15. On this one specifically. Which isn't so bad. I think when I was like really hitting gesture and like actually aiming for speed, I had gotten down to like a minute 20 seconds, like a minute 30, something like that. And so that was good. There's another good one. Just to see. And what's cool what I've noticed from trying this method of not setting a countdown timer but just timing yourself is that, you know, I'm a competitive person. So like I'm naturally just trying to beat my time, you know, but the stress of the time ticking down has been removed. Instead, all I'm worried about is being faster for the sake of beating myself, which is cool. But I'm gonna set another timer, try and forget about it, and see if that average. That guy has some flexible ankles. Oh my gosh, yeah, bro, dude. Straight up, this one, I think it's the same guy, yeah, because he's got that big old hair. This doesn't do it much justice because, like, it's, you know, you can't, like, really see. But this guy, dude, you could see the bottom of his foot, the whole back plane and side plane of this, the back of this. You could see the bottom of this, the front of this, the top of this. This was a crazy pose. Yeah, that dude's flexible as hell. So anyway, gonna set the timer again real quick. Boop, there it goes. And I'm gonna try and forget about the timer as I work on generating this this pose. Using the reference, but not trying to get it like it's not meant to be perfect depiction of the reference. It's meant to be, you know, reference. Doing it again where I'm making the legs a lot beefier than they need be, and again, just staying aware of it is really just the best medicine for fixing it, right? Calling myself out on it every time I notice that I'm doing it, essentially is like one of the few things I can do to rectify that and to bring about change. I want to push this a little bit more, so I'm going to bring his shoulder forward, his head forward. Okay, and I mean, relatively done. I would like to push it more. I think, you know, that's just going to come with essentially just getting better. But God, I don't remember what was the time. I don't know if anyone would mind using the playback feature on the live to go back a little bit. But if you can tell me what the I don't need the extra seconds, 3:37, what the time was on the other one. I know it was like 4 minutes something. But that would be cool. It'd be helpful. But yeah, cool on this one. Shaved a minute off of it, which is cool. Okay, this will be a good way. Essentially, with this one, before hopping into it, I want to think about, or I'm going to, I don't know if I want to, but I'm going to challenge myself, similar to that other pose I just referenced, like way over here, or like way into the shorthand drawings and reference pictures. Like, I want to think of it as like essentially the leg being its own kind of thing, right? And then the upper body being its own thing. And then kind of going boop. Wow, look at pose. I'm not gonna draw it like that, but I want to challenge myself to try and break it up, you know, in my mind's eye like that. Be good. But all right, let's see what this one ends up being. So, start on that. essentially get the head in. 415. Thank you. Thank you, my dude. 415. Or get the, again, be conscious about the choices I'm making. I keep complaining that I want to make the legs thinner, so let's do that. Let's actually put effort into it and remind myself to do so. Get the foot in without rotating my canvas. That's a bit of a challenging one to just get in, but I don't want to have to. I'm not gonna rotate my canvas every single time, just for something like that. Getting in the thin arms has been a little bit easier to do. He's a lot lower, I'm noticing. Now that I'm going to try and place this arm, I'm realizing, okay, yeah, this guy's pose is, he's a lot closer to the ground. And that's just, you know, I'm looking at the pose, the spacing between his thigh and where his calf is and stuff. This leg is like tucked underneath, so it's going to be a little foreshortened, which allows me to bring this arm up the way that it should. Kind of, not, maybe not as much. Complaining about the thighs or the legs being bigger, so let's fix it. This, I'm noticing, is a little bit large. Bring this in. Fix that a little bit. This is more so floating. Indicator right there to help sell the form. And this foot is a little wonky, and I'm not too happy with how the arm is looking. But, oh, maybe it would help if I lowered it. Something like this. I had a good time on this one, but all the adjustments, I'm going to leave it there. 450. Yeah. It was challenging towards the end. Lost track of where I was. Alright. On to another one. And essentially, my goal for generating this understanding that, can I just drag? Oh. No. I don't know why that looked like that. Anyway, my plan for generating these drawings and these shorthands is to time myself and get down to maybe like an average of like 2.5, 3 minutes. And then by then I'll have built the capacity without rushing, right? Because like I don't want to rush because I want it to be clean. I feel like so many gesture drawings you see, you know, they're just so rushed. And I feel like if it was a slower process of building up the style that goes into shorthanding and gesture drawing, you can have both. You can have a nice, appealing looking shorthand that you can get down quickly, and it becomes like writing in cursive. You know, you have your standard way of writing, and then you have your, you know, cursive or whatever. So I don't know. Just a thought. All right. Some more overlap here. It's really solid. Lower this down a little bit. Really push him into this sweep kick. You know, not losing sight of the essence, the story that the pose is trying to tell. Like this. I would say, aside from maybe the head being a little bit too large, this is solid. I'm going to leave it there, and it's about 2:15. So, again, not trying to race a clock that is only going to add stress to my training, to my studying, to my building of the understanding of simplifying these things. You know, a timer that counts down, you're only going to be you know, who are you racing, right? And a timer that counts down is necessary. I definitely, I'm not saying that I don't think that it's wise to use a countdown timer when gesture drawing. In fact, I think that, you know, you should, and I will towards the end of today, but yeah, just while building the understanding, there's no need to put extra stress on myself. And you know, here we are at 2:15 on a pose, so I'd say that it's working out pretty well. So in fact, I'm just gonna do the pose of the guy behind. I'm not gonna change. I'm just gonna do the red jacket guy now. Oh, whoops, let me start the imaginary timer that doesn't exist, that I don't need to think about. I'm going to start over just really quick, only because I don't want to be trying too big and have these be different sizes and things like that. So I'm going to come over here like this. Anyway, all right, starting it up. I feel like this is close. Okay, stop. And that was 208. So, I feel like I could push this one a little more, something like that. You know, adjust these things, really get them into that lean, maybe bring the head and the arm down a little bit more, but I don't want to cheat too much and adjust it after the fact. So just for the sake of, you know what, who cares, I'll do 230. So yeah, slowly getting quicker. Hey, what's up, Axel? Getting quicker with it. Line confidence is going up. Pretty good amount of stuff. Again, now that I have gotten comfortable and I'm thinking about, even subconsciously, probably more consciously, but subconsciously as well, I'm thinking about, you know, what lines to omit, what lines to keep, how to stylize the arms in a way that's quick and clear, but makes, you know, drawing over it or leaving it, you know, possible. I want to do everything I've been doing, continue that, but also make a conscious effort to really think about pushing the gesture. on these next couple ones. Not much, Axel. What's up? I'm spending today and this week going over gesture with myself, trying to critically think about some of these things in a way that isn't just, draw fast, right? Gesture and shorthand is so much more than just draw fast. So just kind of that's what's good. Okay, so this one gave me trouble, and now we've got one that's somewhat like it. It's a little more flat. What were those sounds? Oh no. Oh, you know what? My mic, I haven't figured out a way to add, God, I hope it wasn't me. I haven't figured out a way to add the sound dampener, like the noise cancellation, with OBS. And so, I mean, you kind of like, if I crunch this, like you pick it up. So there's other people in the house that are going to be walking around, my dog and stuff like that, my girlfriend and grandma. So you might be hearing them, but it also might have been me. I hope not. All right, but yeah, this one gave me trouble, so I'm interested to see. It sounded like Ninja Turtles in a burp. Maybe it's me. I've been chewing on these dehydrated cranberries, cashews, and cheese, and so maybe I subconsciously burped. Essentially, I'm sitting here staring at like 3 screens, talking into a void. Occasionally the void will talk back and you guys will chat me up, but basically just rambling to myself, it feels like. I mean, obviously, you guys are nice enough to come say what's up, but I'll be forgetting, and then I might burp. Or all this talking will like dry my mouth out. I'll go and take a drink like I'm the only one in the room, just enjoy the water, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, this similar one gave me a little bit of trouble, so I'm interested to see what the time on it looks like. Oh, there you go. So all right, start. I can probably, actually, after seeing this one through, I feel like I could probably start getting to the point where, man, it's so hard to draw this head. I don't want to like rotate the canvas. Not that I should need to with this, but I want to try not to. I want to try not to add any extra steps, any rotating the canvas, things like that. Could be beneficial, but thinking of the legs the same way that I think of the arms, try and get them in a little bit thinner. Try and push this a little bit. So something like this. Not super happy with it, but again, the gesture is there. I think that the definition and the cleanliness and all that stuff will come as line confidence increases. So, not super worried about this one. But yeah. For this one here. I love motivational quotes from folks that don't stress about money. Life is a hobby. Fam, hobbies are expensive. True. True. I mean, that's essentially how I think about or not how I think, but like why I don't want to like leave my place all too often. It's like, dude, all the stuff that I've ever saved up and purchased is in this place. Like, why would I want to leave? There better be something good for me to go. Your foot shorthand is cool. I think adapt that into. I think I'll adapt that into mine. There's like a heart on the chat that makes it hard for me to see some of the words on the end. Thank you though. It's a fun one. I need to get a better understanding of the foot to be able to add things to it, but like something that has like helped me. Same way that like, you know, when we all started out drawing, we do this and then we do this and then we do this, right? This has been like a product of like doing this kind of a thing. So like drawing the foot or drawing like the leg and then being like, okay, I need to put a foot here, and so I do this and I do this, and then I try and like find that, and then eventually, you know, I'm trying to work on like silhouette drawings, so now I'm just like drawing the silhouette for the most part, or trying to you know, you get rid of those head construction lines and stuff like that. I don't know, but thank you, man. I appreciate it. So yeah, it's coming down. Highest ones so far being these. I just, you know, stopped to put a little bit more thought into them. It's averaging out all right. You know, I'm glad that I'm not over 5 minutes on these. That would have been, excuse me. I feel like that would have been a lot of extra thinking and work to have to come down from 5 minutes and natively speed up. But yeah, 2 to 3 minutes. It's getting there. Thank you, appreciate it, my dude. You know, some of them come out wonky for sure, but yeah, I'm definitely, you know, drawing hands and drawing feet has been, you know, actually kind of fun after really studying some like Ki-Hyun Ryu work, because you know, just the way that he'll like articulate the thumb, you know, is like this, and then sometimes you get a pinky, and if you get a pinky, then the rest of the hand usually looks like this. You need it to be a little bit more, so you might like add like an extra finger or something. Like, I don't know, the way that he does his feet and hands, I really gravitated towards. Okay. Did I do that one up there? No, not yet. Okay. So now I'm gonna start with the red jacket guy. Should be a fun one. Looks fun. So start that timer, and again, that timer is not for it's not for stressing about. It's just for at the end of trying my best to get these drawings down, seeing how well and how quickly I did. I want to try and push this pose, so I'm going to exaggerate these shoulders. These shoulders and the hips are not as flat or as pushed up on the pose itself, and I'm also going to scoot it over and try and get some more overlapping shapes. I'm going to start. No, I'm not going to start the timer over. I'm thinking about this, but anyway, so that's what I'm thinking about on this one. I want to try and exaggerate some of these things, so I'm going to bring these up because again, I want to capture the gesture. I want to get comfortable with the idea that capturing the gesture is solely about capturing the story, the essence of the pose. Why are you referencing this picture, and how can I cheat it to best serve like my intention? And so, for example, moving this leg down to have better negative space here so that the pose sells better is something I'm going to do. Something like that. I'm going to stop it there. I did a little bit of talking, but I'm just going to call this one 4 minutes. I think that an overlapping shape here will better describe what's going on. He's got a lot of jacket stuff on, and then maybe this is a place where indicating the clavicle actually does help in describing the pose. So leave it like that. This is not very clear, but there's just so much foreshortening going on in this area that maybe that helps. Anyway, so yeah, did a little bit of cleaning up on this one. But that's all right. That's kind of on me for trying to push it as much as I did. I think that kind of helps actually. There we go. Bring this down a little bit, foreshorten the foot out. And I'd say that's solid. I mean, excuse me. Again, most of these would be set in a sequence or set in a short or something that you're not even going to see these drawings, these poses for like 1 second, like not even 1 second. So you know, gesture over anatomy one more time. The fact that, you know, he's lunging, jumping over, kicking in this case is clear. I think it would be more clear if there we go, something like that. And that's all. I'm not gonna dink around with it any more than this. All right, on to the next one. See, he's getting ready to lunge at him here, so let's do that again. Start the timer, think about the pose and the story being told. Did not make the thigh long enough. Tried to foreshorten it a little too much. these back a little bit. Stop. 246. Not bad. Happy with that. Yeah, starting to, again, I was saying it at the beginning, kind of like theory crafting, but I really do feel like gesture drawing can be stylistic, and putting down as much information in the span of 30 seconds or 1 minute is a lot more challenging, but building on those shorthand gestural kind of like fundamentals, I think will make it to where when you do start doing 30-second or 1 minute or 2 minute poses, you're more prepared. At least I think I'll feel more prepared having, slowly working my way up faster and faster. 2 minutes, 250, 246 on some, of course 4 minutes on some harder ones with a little bit of talking, but yeah, I definitely feel that way. And hopefully by the end of this I can provide some testing, research towards that idea, having tried it and then shown the results. Alright, want to get him, what is this, a kick? Yeah, a little kick action. So I want to get, man, he really just kind of goes into it. There's not really much, it's probably a pretty quick action, I guess, but I was hoping there'd be like a better midpoint. Maybe, nope. Okay. Oh. Start the imaginary timer that doesn't actually matter, but it does. Can't be messing with the heads. I'm gonna start over real quick. Can't be messing around trying to construct too much, or else I lose the flow state. So start that timer again. Get the shoulders in, get the hips in. Trying to find that center line. Pulling the shoulder back. And everything is covered up. So I really need to think about and feel out the gesture on this one, because all of his clothing is covering up all the juicy information that would be nice to have when building this out. I feel like this is an instance in which better articulating that form could be useful, so I'm going to that's for the most part it. I feel like I need to support his weight on this a little bit more. So something like hello, there we go. Something like this. Just to support this like lean that I want to achieve. I don't know, something like that. I'm gonna stop it there. 351. This one was a little bit more challenging with the lack of information. Not bad, not bad. Just getting some water. Yeah, that one was tough because I mean, there's not a whole lot of information. He's just covering most of it, but that's fine. Let's see. There's some good ones. Start. Way out. In front. Weight. Given to this foot. That zipper is creating one heck of a line of action. I'll delete this. Think about how his weight is divided between these. And then it's almost like this. needs a slight adjustment. Something like that. Okay. 430. Now I want to try and see if I can't get rid of the indication of the like shoulders and hips whenever I start. So I'm just gonna start that. Like this. Just try and get an overall sense of that shape. And maybe this helps. Just because I don't have anything telling me where I need to keep myself. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, we'll stop it there. That was 146. I don't think it's perfect. Say 150 for that adjustment. But I mean, shoot, dude. A little bit of changing here and there, and I'm happy with that one. Did that one. It's a good one. Alright. So again, without putting down indicator for forgot to start the timer. Alright, let's see how long this one takes me. So without putting down indicator for the shoulders or the hips or anything like that. Just so that I don't have anything telling me, hey, you need to draw within these boundaries. And see how well these do. stop it there. And that was 155. Cool. Yeah. Getting slowly quicker. And again, that's not with like, you know, setting a timer like okay, I've got 3 minutes to try and draw this stuff, and you're trying to like learn not only how to simplify but how to be gestural and how to do all this stuff, and now you're also worried about a time limit. But instead, just pacing yourself. I don't know. I think it's working. It's working pretty well. But instead of starting off and being like, okay, I'm gonna draw. You know, I've got 2-minute gestures, 3-minute gestures, 4 or 30-second or whatever. Just trying to start off by building the fundamental ability to simplify, to quickly pay attention to, you know, like your spatial awareness of like, especially when like looking at reference, like how a foot might overlap with a knee, or how the head and the shoulder and the foot are all in line. And so when you're doing your reference, your drawing, you know, keeping in mind those things and drawing it like that. Yeah, I think building out the skills first by just simply just pacing yourself with a timer, and the competitive nature of it, at least for me, I mean, I've slowly just gotten, you know, faster with these. Some of them take a little bit longer, the trickier ones, but yeah, it's going pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. Starting to get hungry as hell. So I'll knock out a few of these more, and then take a second to eat something. But yeah, these are good. And also, with the last couple ones, I don't know how it's going to keep going, but ignoring the whole hips and lines thing, I think is making them come out a little bit more fluid, I guess, more organic. You know, these indicators are solid, like, you know, this and so on, this and this, but I don't know, the feeling I get from omitting them in these last couple is the possibility of being a little more free. So I'm gonna set a timer for this one, see how long it takes. Here we go. I want to, again, something, just been like slightly struggling with it, with the idea that I really want to try and keep my legs thinner, as thin as I'm making my arms. necessary. This is good, but I feel like it can be pushed a little bit more. So I'm gonna work on that real quick before calling this one done. Okay, and I would say that's fairly good. The inclusion of a neck real quick. But 325. Let's actually see. Yeah, not too bad. I mean, yeah, that's all right. Okay. Got a good little collection of poses growing. Okay. Let's get out of these ones are kind of repeating. Oh, that's a fun one. That's a really good one. See if we can capture the essence of ooh on this one. Alright, starting now. I'm gonna go back to, actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm gonna keep out of that. Hello? Okay. Sheesh, dude. Okay. And then it's like on this one. doing a little bit too much on the rendering side of things, so let's stop right there. Kind of see how this is. I think maybe something like this would benefit. Again, the clothing on it is a little much, so I don't want to do clothing stuff just yet. I want to wait, maybe tomorrow, maybe later actually, maybe either later in the day or what have you. Ooh. Something like that. The essence of oomph, yeah. Yeah, I really tried to extract the essence of oomph from this one. Well, that's another good one. Man, these are all just really good. Let's try that one real quick. So what's so like great about these, like getting these drawings done, is especially having just an unlimited supply for the most part of references, like you can just keep going, draw. They only take on average 3 minutes, so let's just go. Ouch. Alright. Start the timer on this one now. Okay. Capture. In fact, actually, hang on a second. I want to, just as a test, I want to see. Start it now. I'm going to go back to this real quick and see if anything was gained or lost from trying to do it one way or the other. to be a little bit more forward presenting. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it there. 246. I don't necessarily know if I enjoyed having the, and it might just be the pose. I don't know if I enjoyed having the constraints of the shoulder and hip lines and stuff like that. But trial and error. So this time, maybe not next time. I don't know why I did that. This seemed fine. All right. These are some pretty great poses. Don't see too many poses with people falling or getting hit outside of film. Yeah, it's a real action pose collection. It is a Japanese book. I don't know the company that makes them or anything. Maybe that's why this one was a little wonky. I didn't realize I drew it. I mean, not massive, but I drew it kind of big, so maybe that is why the lines felt a little off or something. But yeah, real action pose collection is the PDF that I'm viewing for these references. It's really awesome. It's a lot of it's just frame by frame for the most part. Like the key poses in, whatever action. So this one being a kick, he's going to kick him, and then he's going to, and then it's double page, so you have to kind of come down to see the second page. He's going to kick him, and then he's going to fall over and land on the ground. Oof. So, oh nice, I'm familiar with that book. Yeah, excellent, good stuff then. Was, I thought I had seen one that was like, I don't know, a little bit more, I'm gonna do this one. I've just been taking stills from mock fights or dancing. Yeah, that's also really, really solid. I don't like to, I mean, I do that, but I don't like to sit and spin super too much time. You're probably just talking about pausing, so that's on me, but I don't want to have to like go and collect a bunch. So like videos are perfect. Either this book or videos, and Motion Actor Inc. on YouTube is what I use a lot. Motion Actor Ink has a lot of really solid reference, multiple angles, things like that. Alright, let's get this one. I'm going to avoid drawing the shoulder and hip indicators. This one reminds me a lot of the one from earlier, from the Shorthand of Kihun reference. So I'm going to start the timer and see how long this takes. A little bit more like this. Okay, I'm feeling good and grounded. And then it's good. It varies a lot from some of the other poses, but I wouldn't really even say that the essence is fully realized, because I feel like the other guy is. He's standing a little bit more, I don't know, confidently maybe is the word. Of course he's got his jacket on, but hiding some of the things. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is one where a little bit of hip indicator, like something like that, could be fine. I feel like it was fine before, but a little bit better this time. That jacket flaring out feels like it adds a lot more than what's like actually there. And maybe it is actually there, and I just need to scoot it over and down. Something like this. Not bad though. And now I drew this one smaller, so maybe that's why it feels a little weird. Alright. These are both really, man, there's a lot of good poses in this next sequence. Alright, start the timer. Stop the timer, because this is it's a fun one. It's like an up angle, but you're seeing like you'd think like his body would be positioned like something like this, just because it's like, oh, it's an up angle, so he's like, getting ready to, I don't know, watch out for this guy kicking him. It's like, yeah, or whatever. But instead, his shoulders are placed like this, and that is a little confusing. So, just wanted to look at that. But anyway, gonna reset the timer and give it another go. This one being as small as it was, I think was probably the issue I had from it. Zoom out, draw bigger. Let's try and put the pose here. Alright. And now, that's when I'll start the timer. Contour of the body. The butt shape. Neck. This gets plugged in way over here. I don't want to make this one too big, jeez. But anyway, this one gets plugged in there. He's turning to run, or to dodge, or to whatever. This is fucking stupid. Because it's a lot more crouched, like a lot more squatted than I had originally accounted for. And it's like slightly Dutched. It's like making it feel a little bit different. Anyway, this one was a long one. This one was a little bit of experimenting, trying to figure out what felt good about it, and yeah, I need to push this a lot more. Push this, push this, push this, scoot this down here, scoot that to follow, scoot this inward, really try and capture him like twisting to like run away or dodge, or maybe he's getting hit or something. How can I quickly, let's see, if I do something like this, maybe I can quickly jot that in and not have to worry about this comes down. Now I'm just experimenting. This one went over the 5-minute mark, so I'm just like, let me try and figure out some things to make this one feel better in the future. This could be pushed that way. That helps a lot, actually, because something I wasn't taking into account is the spacing of how far this foot is to the outside of his body, like shifting that weight this way, you know, like he's leaning over here, and so he needs that like pivot point to do so. if his weight is shifting onto this side of his body. Same thing here. I think I can push the relationship between this part of his body. I think I can get it closer. Here as well. And then comes the twisting of the foot. This one is below this one, at least like that. Again, it's slightly dutched. That's much better. I don't have a way of seeing because I've made so many lines. I should have made a copy, but that's much better. Thinking about how the weight, you know, thinking all of this stuff all at once while drawing, right? But thinking about how, okay, this character, this person, the reference is trying to, again, I'm not sure if he's jokingly, for the sake of the reference, for the sake of the picture, if he's getting hit, or if he plans on dodging it. I'll have to look at the pictures that follow, but yeah, him getting ready, like him leaning back this way, his weight is going to shift to this foot. Getting this in. Also, maybe I hadn't foreshortened his thigh enough. Does feel a little better. I think I can get the head, and then I'll move on to a different one, but I think I can get the head feeling a little more accurate. Something like this. Anyway, yeah, this one took a second, but it was good practice, good way to sit here and think about some of the choices and some of the process. Good stuff on that. Not the best process, but trying to extract some how do I say, some gems, I guess. Not making it just be a bad experience, you know. Trying to think like constructively, I guess, critically. Okay. Try and zoom in, try and come over here. Alright. Let's get this kick. That's a good kick. Starting over. Alright, there we go. Trying to capture these shapes and such. Starting with the legs though, because I feel like the legs help to what's the word? In this case, they're not grounding because he's in the air, but essentially it's like making it, I don't know, whole. Can't see what his other leg is doing, so I'm just gonna do my best to come up with a secondary kind of action that he could be doing that feels good for the pose, I guess. Need to stay in a constant state of remembrance concerning hobbits. No, concerning pushing the gesture and really trying to think about, you know, I've been saying it so much, but I need to think about it a lot more, but you know, this reference is good for drawing, but it is just that, it's just reference, and I need to push the story of the reference and make it you know, make it work for whatever it is I'm deciding to use this reference for. In this case, it's getting gestures down better, but you know, if I was using it for a pose in a short or something, trying to plus it up, really push, you know, these things. So I'm going to twist this just a little bit more, just to, again, push that gesture. I'm going to raise this arm up a little bit more, like, maybe not too much, but something like this, just to push that gesture. Something along these lines. that's that. So that was 4. I feel like this could be brought out just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. It's not brought out this drastically on the reference, and maybe I can, if I wanted to, I could fix that by foreshortening this part of the leg or something. But either way, I think it was fine. I think it's fine. Whichever way you choose to, I choose to leave it. Okay. Hey man, it's Logo just stopping by to say hi. What's up, dude? Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Sorry if that took me a second. I hope that wasn't there for the whole time or anything like that, but thank you. It's going good today. Getting some good stuff done. Trying to build out this shorthand style, this shorthand way of thinking. Gesture over anatomy, omitting certain details and lines that are, extremely necessary. It's been tough. There's been some that have taken a second to think about. Some that probably should have taken longer but didn't. Like this one, I was surprised. Same thing with this one. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun practice. It's really fun. It's a really fun pastime. Yeah, that first pose was challenging. Whoa, look at this guy go. Holy crap, what is this? Wow, alright, now we're getting into some good ones here. So if I skip down, he's going to go to kick him, and then he's going to go to jump out of the way. Bro, that looks like the Marge. Marge Simpson doing the punch thing. That thing or whatever. Alright. Let's see how long this one takes. Ink, contour. Oh, forgot the timer. There it is. Ink, contour. This box shape. Grounding the character with the feet. Something like this. He's getting ready to flip. There's the story. I say that just to remind myself as I get some of these lines down. head is completely obscuring the opposite shoulder, as well as the jackets and all the clothing. Gosh darn. I want to get this foot feeling like it's more coming at the camera or whatever. Something about making these bigger so that they come over the top of those shapes. And here, making that slightly smaller. That, with the exception of edits, is alright. Just because this could be something like that. That could be something a little better. Stop right on the edge of time, or there's no time limit, but right on the edge of what I would say is chill. Probably do this and this to get it feeling a little bit better. And then now I want to take a look back at some of this shorthand here. There we go. Just because this might be all for this page. I don't want to construct too much. I want these to be like quick. Time is a social construct. Right you are, my man. Like this. I mean, this is even more so a little bit cleaned up or whatever, but it's a good jumping off point. So like if this were one, I'd be like, okay, shoulders, hips, center line, let's get the contour down. Understand that the butt is overlapping this shape. And then as far as the feet go, I mean that's why I wanted to come back here. Is I wanted to get a better idea of like I think I want to try some like this, like I think these are cool, and these are starting, you know, we're heading in the right direction, I feel, but even these are a little bit much, you know, compared to like who was I? Compared to like some of these shapes that you can achieve, like that, you know. Boom, boom, bam, contour. Get down some of these things. Indicate some form type stuff. Like this is where I want to get. I think the other stuff looks cool, but being able to just be like, you know, I don't know, something like that. If I was gonna draw a guy, he's just walking here. Something, get this in, get that shape in. Shape is number one, most important thing. And then boom, like that would be fine. I could easily make a new layer. Draw over the top if I wanted, and be like, you know, all form crazy if I wanted to. So, gonna try and think about things to get here. I think the number one thing is getting the body down. Think about weight distribution. So this person is like, yes, they're leaning forward. So I need to account for that as I place their legs. Like that. I think that would be solid. Hello, there we go. Cool. This guy's kick, as far as the actual reference window with the pose book. Let's see if I can't quickly, with this somewhat refined way of thinking, get this pose down. And then if I were to imagine randomly the pose that comes after that, just from drawing kicks every now and then. Yeah, something like this. Starting to get there. Because I was indicating a little bit too much. I mean, it's fine. I think the body's good at places, legs are good at places, arms are really solid at places. But yeah, I think that after taking another look at some of this shorthand, I think I was doing just a little bit too much. I think I can kind of blur it a little bit more. So if I were to do just another one to try and find that same thing, that same rhythm. And something like this to help sell the shape of stuff. But yeah, that's good. Here's another really solid one. Wow. Because I like this because if I'm seeing this correctly, it's a good reminder for myself when these like overlapping kind of shapes and ideas come into play. Like, you know, this where you have someone who's like dragging their body across the floor. To like think of it like, okay, this is one piece and this is another piece. Yeah. I'd like to get somewhere in these. It's a little bit of a mix, but yeah, somewhere in that range would be solid. Just drawing the body, getting that center line down, quickly indicating some hands. And some feet. And calling that good. Yeah, that would be super ideal. I'm gonna try and tackle these next few gestures with that in mind. I'm kind of excited. I'm gonna make a new page actually. Oh, duplicate. There we go. It will appear a little messy at first, but I think as I start to refine it, it'll look really good, and it will be really easy to duplicate and replicate and get ideas down. And excuse me. That's essentially my plan with wanting to really think about and develop the shorthand. Is I would like to, if not this week, next week, start trying to go, pose by pose and really start roughing out some choreography and stuff. And to do that economically, I need to get a grasp of the shorthand, like a rough shorthand. So I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I'm gonna leave this up, and then I'll get back to it. I'll be right back. I'm back. Whew, my goodness. Dude, I did not find the same reference that you use. It is. Let me see if I can link it real quick. I'll do that for you. Okay, one sec. Function pose collection. Yeah, I mean, literally, yeah. I mean, I can't even. I mean, if you. Oh, hello. Why did I do that? I guess just send. If you just Google that, it'll pull up. I mean, here's the book. Here's Pinterest. Here's. I mean, it's these series of books. So, yeah, you got it. Whew, it's getting warm in my office. My computer is generating a ton of heat. All right. So, again, with the new page and the new idea, I might as well just look at it one more time just to refresh myself as well. Too far. So, yeah, of course, man. I'm going to try and tackle it with this. I want to say lazier approach because like it's less work, but less work does not mean lazy. So it is a conservative approach to drawing these to getting the shorthand out. Let's see what could become. Wow, that's an extreme pose. I struggled so hard with the other one. Let's see how this one comes out. All right, so I'm going to go back to using the shoulder and hip identifiers, placers, and all that stuff. Set a little timer real quick just because I am curious, you know, along this process how long these things are gonna on average take me, but that's really the only reason I'm setting the timer. I'm not trying to beat anything. I mean, staying above 5 minutes would be nice, or staying below, I guess 5 minutes would be nice, but I'm not trying to beat anything. I'm not trying to prove anything. Prove that I'm fast as fuck. Just kidding. But yeah, so keeping. In fact, I should probably go a little bit quicker just to stay loose. But keeping these things in mind, coming off this, then this, then this. Again, all I care about is making sure that the gesture reads properly So these ones are going to end up being a little bit messier, I feel like, as I start out, just trying to get a sense of this new way of thinking, new way of getting the gesture down. But yeah, already I'm liking the difference. I'm thinking that this will be good as I continue to develop this. Essentially, the way I want to think about this is, it's like developing a handwriting style. You know, the more I practice writing in this handwriting, the more I can write, the more I can feel comfortable getting these things down, and so on. So yeah, just want to be quick about it. Quick, gestural, good. That's pretty solid, minus some slight tweaking, I feel like. Can pull this down a little bit. Pull this down a little bit. I don't want to dink around with it too much, but 251. It'll start to find itself. It'll start to, how do I say? It will just start to figure itself out. So, I'm gonna try and knock this out, reset the timer. Again, the timer's not for trying to beat a time. The timer is for me to know how quickly I'm getting these things down, because I'm curious on what my average is. That's really the only reason. Keeping in mind when I'm going this quick to be thinking about placement a lot, because you know, going quicker, I'm going to make more mistakes, and I can limit those mistakes that I would make if I just do a little bit more thinking during it, I think. The spacing on the feet is not quite right, and so it's causing some issues. Easily fixed though. By just guiding myself to the right answer. Again, I want to make these messier. It's weird. I want to try and capture not the mess, but really just the gesture as quick as I can. It's not a race. I'm not trying to beat any time that I've set for myself or anything. Just trying to step that 220, I'll call it, fine. And what I feel like is going to happen is that as I go from this one to this one to this one to this one to this one, it's going to it'll start to clear up the same way that like these were all right and you know good, but as I did more and more and more, I got more comfortable, more confidence built, and they got better. So I want to find a middle ground. Personally, what I'm looking for is I want to find a middle ground between this, where I'm hitting pretty good strides of 215, 3, 150, 155, 240, you know what I mean? Like about in between, I don't know, I'd say 2 and 4 minutes on average. I want to get to here where it looks about as good as these, but I'm taking shortcuts. I feel like this handwriting is starting to get to a solid point. So anyway, I'm gonna reset my time and start now on this next one. I really need to continue thinking about pushing that gesture. I feel like that's the thing that I did this too big. Hang on, I'm gonna reset. I feel like that's the thing that is going to unlock that next thing for me, is how well and how quickly I can indicate and push the gesture. I feel like once I get a grasp on that, I'll be able to take the next step, do whatever that is, to getting better, to getting closer. I don't need to make sure that, you know, the shape of the foot is right. I need to make sure that the placement of the foot is right. I don't need to make sure that the shape of the arm or whatever is accurate, but more so that the placement is accurate, so that the gesture comes across. Because you can have, at least what I've noticed so far today, is you can have these things be drawn well, but if the weight isn't being distributed properly, if the perspective or anything isn't being shown properly, that was 155. I mean, probably a little bit less because I was talking, but I'm gonna mark 155. If these things aren't right, then it's not going to immediately click and feel right. And these images are only going to be on the screen for moments. And so, you know, if I'm showing you you know, a circle and then all of a sudden a square pops in to these to this animation, you're gonna notice it for a split second. And so I feel like that's how the gesture is, right? You know, all the circles they're not all identical, you know, they're all different, but it's not jarring to be going from, you know, circle to circle. Looks fine. But the second that square pops in, you notice it. Anyway, so maybe that's a weird example, but I feel like that's what not getting spacing excuse me, I feel like that's not when the spacing and the gesture isn't proper. It's like having a series of circles and then all of a sudden a square appears or a triangle appears, something like that. It is almost chili dog time for the fucking for the fourth day as far as streaming is concerned. For the fourth day in a row, it is almost chili dog time. My girlfriend is setting those up as we speak. Anyway, gonna get this one down. Timer starts now. Blah 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 blah. So, again, trying to remind myself what is important is the gesture of the action. Nothing else. You know, I mean, there are things, weight distribution, you know, like I was saying. Weight distribution is important. Things like that, right? But gesture number one. These are good, but well, you know what? Actually, I think that can be fixed. There we go. By doing something like that. So shoulder thing. And then stop. So I feel like this is good. This is close. I know I stopped the time, so I don't know. Take it out of my pay or whatever, but there we go. Something like that. And then something like that. Yeah, so that was 211. So not bad. Starting to get there, yeah. So like I said, the doing more of these in this style, it is a little bit messier. You know, I'm not quite sure all the time if I'm doing things like this or if I'm doing little glove hand, you know, things like that. But working it out more and more and more in this way, trying to find again that balance between, you know, drawings like these, which are, you know, they're good, a little bit more structural. They're good. They're definitely not, you know, it's not like this, right? Hello? Why is that like this? Oh, I've got this on. It's not you know, it's not like this or anything. I'm not drawing, right? And it's not like this. Even though I'm not drawing, omitting some details like the chest, you know, and maybe some abs or what, you know, whatever, blah blah blah. Finding that middle ground between these types of drawings and these will be super solid. So I'm gonna leave these up real quick. And my girlfriend just brought me some chili dogs. Once again, it started off as a joke. I'm not even like I just happened to have chili dogs last week, but she went to the store and got more chili dogs because I was streaming. So once again, we have a chili dog break. How funny. But anyway, yeah, this stream, it's got no music. It's just me studying, so skip ahead if you're watching this later. If you're just hanging out, I don't know, go stretch, go take a water break, go to the bathroom or something. But I'm gonna be sitting right here, So I'm still in front of chat if anyone says anything, but I am going to be absolutely demolishing these chili dogs real quick. So be right back. All right, time. Whew. Absolutely demolished those things. What was that, like 3 minutes? Just kidding. Absolutely delicious. I like to take my time. I mean, like, if I was eating normally, but since I'm streaming, like, live, I don't want to, like, I don't want to just have the, stream going without, like, any, I don't know, information being given or shared or noise, all that kind of stuff. But man, once again, delicious. This is the reason I can't have a face cam, because, I mean, when it's chili dog time, it would be ridiculous. It would be too much for the camera. Okay. going to set a timer again, this time for the guy in the background, just to get some practice with, I don't know, really, literally any and every pose. Like, there is not a bad, I mean, there are some that are better, but there's not, for me, one pose that I would like to draw more so than the others. I'm going to stop that real quick, 1 second, and just talk about this one real quick. This pose, I'm tempted, just on first glance, to do something, you know, something like this, and, you know, have him go down and him be like, ooh, or whatever, you know, if he's getting kicked or whatever. But I feel like, you know, upon further review, his, like, buns, his butt area is kind of like doing like a kind of a this thing, and I feel like it adds to the funny hit that he's taking. You know, so maybe I don't time this one just because it's already going. I just think about the things that I'm doing. But anyway, it's just an observation. I thought it was a fun one to, I don't know, talk about, share, observe. Really just observation. Again, thinking about weight distribution. This character's like leaning, hunching forward, but it's not a it's a weird one, you know, like really is. Something like this. Unfortunately, this one wasn't timed, so I can't see how long something like this took. But if I had to guess, I would say 2:45. I don't know. Maybe there's playback or something. But I don't know. I'll say 2:45 to 3 until I have a better answer. Talked about it for a little bit, so, but yeah, it's a fun one. It was a fun one, I guess. Some really solid poses here. Starting to feel it, starting to get a hang of it. Essentially, again, what I want to do is this way of drawing needs to be, I need to be able to essentially, again, just to use the handwriting analogy, if this is the normal way of drawing and I can go, you know, there's my name, I can go hard work pays off, you know, it's easy, second nature, don't even subconsciously think about it, just blah blah blah, just get it done, write it down. However, stuff like this, you know, I'm making choices, I'm thinking about things, I'm not just getting it down, at least at the moment, right? Because I am critically thinking. But if drawing normal, or if writing normally is my normal way of drawing, then writing in cursive, you know, It's for example, it's doable, but it takes a little bit more brain power to think about these things, you know. So I want to get this to where I don't even think about it. I just do it. Anywho. Alright, set that timer to see how fast I get this done. I'm going to start over real quick. Trying to push that pose. This is someone landing after doing a kick. How can I capture the essence of that? Done over again real quick. Didn't need to redraw that foot. Added extra time for no reason. But stop. 253. Reset start, getting to the point where I'm feeling at least more comfortable. Ooh. It's getting there. It's getting there. These are all sub 3 minutes. You know, taking a look back at the other shorthand and really trying to get down as much information as I can, but still be thinking about, you know, some of those things like weight distribution, spatial awareness, things like that. It's definitely shaving some time, and this is just day one, so it's feeling really good. Here's some more. I'm gonna start this now. Baby. Okay. Okay. I think I'll take this and move it down just a hair, and I'll stop that there. I mean, that would be good for me, 136. For example, like if I were to be roughing out an idea and, you know, this person's going tumbling or whatever, I'd be happy with that, I think. So, not too bad. Now time for the guy doing the landing. This one. Start. This one. Oh, hello. There we go. Let me stop that. Reset. Start. Okay, this one is an interesting one. Again, thinking about the overlapping shape of the upper body and the shape of the back, the butt, how they overlap. The weight distribution of this leg holding up everything. As he looks over and lands. The body here. I want to play around with the negative space that I have Okay. Let's get this up. Then stop to 18. This one I like. It just looks cool. Take a look at this one again. See how I might be able to think about and push this gesture a little bit. His chest is like a little bit more forward. At least the jacket really makes it appear so. But I think that's a good thing. Similar to this one and the butt kind of coming out. I think that really adds to the pose here. Is the kind of butt area, if you will, being like pushed out. Then maybe pushing that in a little bit. Not perfect, but it's there. Something like that. Me when I see you again. What's up, man? Something like that. But yeah, not bad. 218 with some adjustments. Again, the jacket. It's like I want to do the clothing, but I also want to just focus on the pose and not get too hung up. But we'll leave it either way. Oh, I don't think I did the, oh no, I did. Okay, weird. Never mind. Let's find a different one real quick. This one's a little bit better. Alright, let's see what the time on this one is. Reset, go. Just being loose to get these areas marked down. Getting homeboy here, looking where he needs to be looking. to round these shapes out a little bit more so that they're a little bit more like organic almost. Something like that. Stop. That was 203. Cool. And then this one here will be good. Can focus on making sure that his weight is distributed evenly across his feet as we go. Not bad on these. Looking pretty good. Starting to kind of pick up individual tricks for myself. And definitely, you know, finding that balance between some drawings like these that were still sub 5 minutes, average maybe 3 minutes on these, to stuff like this, which has all been sub 3 minutes. Average is probably 2, so really solid. You know, I'm proud of myself, at least, I guess. Good work for day 1. Anyway, gonna reset the timer and get Red Jacket Guy now and see what we can cook up with this starting now. He's kind of in, he's just landed from the kick that he's done, and so he still has a little bit of that forward leaning momentum. Coming, and then the hips I see are like straightening themselves back out. He's leaned onto this one. Actually, is a little bit more forward. There we go. Bring that down. Too far. And then this is coming back. He's bracing. His weight is here, but he's leaning forward on it. Something like this. And then this is tilting down as he is kind of standing here like that. And then coming back. Off of this, like this. Fix that a little bit. Not that I need to, but I'm going to. Check weight. Oh, hello. Weight distribution feels like this could come out a little bit more and down, and this could come up something like this. Cool. So stop, that was 245. And little big on this one, and I think it's weird defining the hips a little bit more, but also not really. Maybe what I needed is like something like that. I think makes it read a little bit better. The other way was a little bit busy, so that feels solid. I see that his foot, or his leg more so, is it's got a bend like that, like it's like thigh down, whereas here I have it like this. It was almost going back, so doing what I can to fix that. Feels good. Yeah, that's fine. Glad I was finally able to drop into a stream. Your work is so killer. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Very much so. Good to see you again, Luke. Since Lightbox, I don't think maybe we chatted a little bit since then, but I hope you're well, man. Your stuff is awesome. It's good to see you again. Thank you again for the compliment. Appreciate it. Starting to kind of feel it out, and find that comfortable rough shorthand. Trying to make sure not to, overdo, for example, the feet, like I was doing here. This is all fine and dandy, but I'm trying to unlock a rough pass, kind of quickly jot things down, and there's no need to get them looking just like feet, or making the hands look like hands and stuff. Like, this is cool, but getting there with these. Thanks, man. Good to be here. Doing well while just haven't had time to branch out and do more story stuff, which is killing me. I feel that. I have not done a single board type thing since preparing for Lightbox. I mean, just about. Well, that's not true, actually. I got back and I worked on a little bit of stuff before Christmas break, but yeah, no, it's killing me too. I'm trying to build up the skills during these like study vlogs, working on anatomy and gesture and stuff like that before just jumping straight back into boarding. Totally, it's so clean and structured. It reads really well. I really want to do something similar and practice finding my shorthand process. Yo, what's up, bots? Yeah, no, I totally. I don't know. If I've said it a couple times, so forgive me if you've been hanging out. You'll hear me repeat myself. Sorry about that, but yeah, finding the shorthand. Lately I've been kind of describing it. I wish that instructors, people that are, helping you to realize, shorthand, rough pass, things like that. I wish they would describe shorthand and gesture drawing as like finding its own style, which is what I'm kind of trying to do today, and over the course of this week, I should say. Just because, gesture drawing and shorthand, as far as I know, has always been described off the top of my head as like, oh, just find the gesture, rough it out really quick, be loose, be gestural, blah, blah, blah. And that's all fine and dandy. But like, for me, what has helped me lately is thinking of shorthand gestural drawing as its own drawing style. I've made the comparison a couple times today. If handwriting, if handwriting is your normal drawing style, then, oh God, I'm so bad at cursive. Then, cursive is the shorthand, and probably not, right? Cursive would be the drawing, but anyway, it's just a different way of writing, right? You're still writing the words, but there's a style to it. You can't just like quickly gesturally, you know what I mean? Like write out the cursive. There is a structure, a flow. You can choose to And even cursive, right? You can choose to do things like this or things like you know what I mean? There's different ways to write and there's different ways to shorthand. And I feel like talking about those things in sense of style and less of sense of just like, oh, just gesture, just do it, you know, has helped me. Where did you find the PDF of this? So it was gifted to me, but I did Google, God, what was it? It's in the chat somewhere. I don't know if you can look back at. Actually, you know what? It's still probably copy and pasted. One sec. I got you. There we go. You might be able to find it just by simply searching that. Now it probably won't always come up, but and if not, I mean, just hit me up on Discord or Insta or something, and I'll hook you up. But excuse me. But yeah, it was gifted to me. I was trying to help someone else find it on Google, and I wasn't gonna start clicking links and doing a whole deep search while I'm streaming. But if you can't find it doing that with the search, just hit me up and I got you. All right. Let's see. But yeah, it's awesome. I've got it really zoomed in so that stream can see it, you know, if they want to. But it's split page by page, so you'll have to kind of like, so for example, like one action is scanned in, you know, like this, ding 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 ding, and instead of being able to go over to continue this set of action, you'll have to go down one page, and then that action will continue right there. So it's a little confusing, but once you're, you know, it's pretty quick to get adjusted. Okay. Let's see, set this timer and see how quick to get this done. Roughing in these things like this. Roughing in this. Trying to make sure that the weight is distributed evenly as he leans over his body. Hands up. Hands up. Feel like this needs to come up a little bit more. There we go, something like that. And then something close to here. God, his hand is just so whack. So tough not to allow myself to draw these things as well as I can. Kind of push the butt out more, just to maybe not too much. This leg is throwing it off a little bit. Quickly adjust. Actually, you know, both of those legs are kind of fucking whack, honestly. Something like this. So that's why. So it did not have the weight distributed well enough across his feet to make it feel good. Adding too much structure just because there's a lack of something. Let's see. Spatial. This needs to come down. This needs to come out and down. This arm does not go out enough. And I think that was the start of it. As the arm was a little too close, which was causing the weight to feel like it was somewhere else. This one, without trying to clean it up and draw it as well as I can, this one was a challenge for sure. Just trying to keep it loose. Yeah, definitely way over 5 minutes on this one, but the weight distribution still is. I mean, the weight distribution is a challenge on this one for me at the moment with what I have. Yeah, that was tough. I'm still not happy with it. That was tough. Alright, on to the next one, since that one was a bust. Starting shoulders, hips. Too large on this one, bring it down. Not long enough on the femur. This foot and knee, just with the spatial awareness focus of the pose itself. Come down like this. And going to push this just a little bit more. Something like this. Like this. Stop it there just because I don't want to mess with this one anymore. 213. Drew it a little too big, I think is why it was dinking around on it. A couple of really solid poses there. Okay. Reset and start the timer just to see. Try and think about drawing these ones a little bit smaller. Start with the contour of the body. Really push into the pose. Fun one here. That's not there. And push it a little bit more, something like this to really push the pose. And stop. 2 minutes. Okay, and then now homie getting bopped. Start. I want to think about on this one the butt kind of being its own shape and divider for the bottom half of the pose. Stop. I'm happy with that. It's 139. I feel like I could, well, I don't need to. It matches the reference pretty well, but I feel like the next step would be to, like, you know, really have him, like, falling, I guess, you know what I mean? Look at me picking up gesture really quick. Just kidding. But yeah, good there. Really happy with these minus that one that really gave trouble. Sub 3 minutes on this new-ish kind of way of thinking about it. I want to like that was a really good one, but oh well. Yeah, just being quicker, looking at some of these. No need to do too much. Straight lines are fine. That's something I actually immediately can change, is using a little bit more straighter lines to get some of these, you know, use the curves for the gesture, but on some of those I could for sure get some of the get some straighter lines. So that's a cool one. Let's start the imaginary timer and see where it takes me. Pretty okay, pretty quick. It's not too clear in the hip area, but I don't want to over-define some things. us, I think, but adjustments and whatnot. Alright, reset. Start. Overlapping shapes are my friend. Yeah, unnecessary finger drawing, I guess. But overall, not bad. So that was 136. Excuse me. All right. It is coming up on 6 hours of streaming, so I'm going to collect some. Well, actually, I guess I don't need to collect reference. I can just do these. But now I'm gonna switch, and I'm going to do timed gesture drawing, which is interesting a little bit because all of these again are sub 3. Oh, hello! Just got rid of the. There we go. I guess I can find a. There we go. That's good. All of these are sub 3 minutes. At least when I was, just seeing what my average was, timing myself. So whenever it comes time for me to, now that I want to time myself, I am just kind of thinking, do I want to, where to set the time, basically. Probably about 2 minute gestures. Or you know what? Let's do a minute 30. Do a minute 30 for each pose. I've got a little timer. Nice, dude. Excellent. Most excellent. Thank you, man. Dude, it is so challenging not to want to redraw these or to fix them up or to clean them up or blah blah blah. I really am trying to work towards being able to rough stuff out really quick. Man, lucky it's raining in LA and it's cold here. Bro, it is currently, well, it's a little warmer today. It's 35. It has been about, I don't know, 15 degrees on average for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. So I've got a minute and a half set for these last couple last few poses, and just kind of draw them, then talk about it, and then do some critical thinking, things I can change, do better, blah blah blah, and then that'll be it for stream. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, that's bonkers, dude. The fact that it's been cold and rainy in LA though is pretty wild. I'm not too familiar with Tennessee, but I believe it. Alright, minute 30, I'm going to start with the blue jacket guy, and the timer will start now. Just kind of get the butt in there, the hips, get him going. Oh, as he gets paunched over. Make sure that his weight is distributed. He's leaning forward, so his weight needs to be on this foot. Because that is what is most important, his weight distribution. My legs are a little bit, or at least that one is a little bit how do I say, big. And then cancel. Hello. Stop, please. Jeez Louise. Alright, so got it down, at least. As far as my red line, as far as cleaning this up goes, though, I feel like a clear line of action would have helped. Something about maybe bringing, let's see, I think it's tough. I think maybe it's either this line, yeah, that line is making it seem almost like, so maybe instead of defining with the box, just doing something like this, and then just again getting the silhouette a little bit better. But overall, aside from enlarging some things, shifting some things, because again his weight is leaning forward, and the counterbalance of that is this foot being out here. So I think that would help, having adjusted that. But anyway, not bad. 130 timed. Not bad. Fairly pleased with it. Few adjustments, I guess, as far as getting the gesture down. It doesn't have to be exact to the reference. What is the essence of the pose that you're referencing, and the intention behind referencing it? In fact, I think, now that I say that, following this line of action out through the leg, I think would have been more ideal. Pushing this down a little bit more, something like that, and then pushing this out a little bit more, something like that. Yeah, adjusting this leg, but that's its own thing. So cool. A little bit of critical thinking after the pose to help the next one come along smoother. So now for the kick guy, I'm going to set time for minute 30 and start that. Actually, before I start it, just to remind myself, really think about pushing the gesture. The gesture is what's important, not the anatomy. So really push the gesture. The intention of this reference, of this pose, is the kick. High flying, wapa, little kick. Using negative space to frame the silhouette. And with that stuff in mind, let's start. So I'm going to start the timer now. Man, I made this one really big by mistake. Yeah, that making it so big is it's really messing with the overall my ability to. I'm gonna start over. No, I'm not. I would like to, because it's way too big. I'm gonna start over real quick. My bad. My bad. Alright, starting now. So again, keeping in mind the gesture, you know, what is the point of this gesture? It is the kick. Keeping in mind negative space and how to best think about framing this kick. Time. Of course, I didn't really quite finish it. Alright, so immediately, of course, fixing the leg. I think there's a couple ways that can happen. Of course, straightening it out. Making this leg slightly longer. I think I got tricked a little bit, or I tricked myself, I should say, a little bit. I think the line of actions that I had were fine. Let's see, maybe some indication of form here would help. Hang on, let me switch to red line. Some indication of form here would help. Straightening out, pulling this forward. I feel like this could, doesn't need to, but I feel like it could kind of come up and rotate and narrow itself out a little bit. And then I didn't get a chance to pull this out a little bit because it looks like he's, with his shoulder pushed back there, it looks like he's like shooting like a charge rifle type thing off of his shoulder. Something like this. Is a little bit better. Is that it? Maybe enlarge that just a little bit more now. Something like that. Not bad. 130. Oh, hello. 130 timed. Yeah, not too bad. Pretty good, and I mean a good amount of corrections as well. Not too many. Just some kind of form indicators, or maybe a change to the line of action. Because I was kind of going based off of his chest, the way that the zipper looks, and I think that just kind of like indicating my own would be better. So yeah, not bad on that one. We go for another 15 minutes. That'll probably be two or three more poses. But those was some good poses in there. I enjoyed the ones that were there. I'm gonna do this one here. I'm gonna zoom in on it a little bit just in case there's anyone that is going along as well. And then I'm gonna drop down and I'm gonna get these, because this one is just a little too identical to the one that we just did. Alright, so after the red lines from this, going into this next one, I really need to make sure to pay attention to the line of action and the gesture. There's a lot of overlapping shapes and foreshortening in this next pose, so that'll be a little bit of a challenge, just to be thinking, is all, critical thinking while you're drawing. But not too bad of a pose. Yeah, really just negative space, pushing the gesture and paying attention to the line of action, I think, going into this next one. That's what I'll be thinking. And then not drawing so dang big, because I really goofed up on that first one. Alright, here we go. Alright, minute 30. Actually, I'm going to grab a drink of some water real quick. going into this next one with those things in mind. Time for that will start now. Don't draw so big. Alright, so line of action. Big swooping kick down into the pocket of the hips. Paying attention to the direction of his head, arms coming off of that. Change in direction because of the hips. The foot is in line with the head. Not that much though, something like that. The leg, and then hello? Was that really a minute 30? No way. I'm going to restart that because that does not feel, I don't know if I got caught up or what, but just in case, I'm going to restart that because that did not feel accurate. Alright. Maybe I just was a little out of touch. I did do a bit of talking during it, so it's possible. You know what, actually thinking about it, I was kind of giving a little bit of thought to the position of everything, so it's actually totally possible. Alright, 30 seconds left. Yeah, definitely. Probably overdid it on the time, or on the thinking. 10 seconds. Four, two, one. God, that's so loud. Okay, yeah, this was a bit of a toughie. With the way that this leg is, I mean, yeah, the foreshortening of the leg for sure needs to be adjusted. Really, I think actually what it could be is turning this like this would help a lot. Pulling this out. Adjusting the line of action. The hip indicator for some form. The clothing makes it hard to read, but something like this. Yeah, a little bit of a challenging one for sure. But that's alright. It's good to do. And next time I come across one like this, I will have gained the experience of things to look out for. Drawing a little big. Dang, dude. Guess I really need to, like, really shrink it down. Okay. Got a couple more before the end of the day. Alright, 1 minute 30 starting now. Oh yeah. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 1. Let's stop it because that timer is so loud. So immediately, thing I notice is not indicating the like bottom of the foot. I don't think that really matters too much. It's like a preferential thing, like how you want to depict the pose, I guess. The rotation of the head could be changed to better reflect looking to the side. Yeah, it's all right, I guess. If this guy was spinning the way that he is intended to appear to be spinning, and it was happening fast, frame by frame, I think it would look all right. Timed 1:30. Okie dokie. Let's see. It's probably going to be the last one, so I'd want it to be good. This is really gestural. I was going to go search around for one, but I mean, that's good. That is good. Alright. Grab the pen. Don't draw as freaking big as I have been. I mean, like, really shrink it down, Caleb, my gosh. And with that, I want to pay attention to the line of action. Keep in mind negative space to help sell the silhouette, especially on one like this. There's a lot of gaps in between the arms and the legs and such. Weight distribution, paying attention to the counterweight of his leg being over and his body being over here. Yeah, so let's see how well I can get this one down. All right, minute 30, last pose, right now. Useless things I'm doing, adjusting those. Seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I don't have time to move that. Okay. Cool. Yeah, not bad on this one. I would have liked to have had it be something like this. I think would be better than this. Is pretty extreme. Pretty good weight distribution. I feel like I could push this rotation and lean just a little bit more, because his whole leg, everything is like really in a good tilt. Something like that. Just thinking about gesture and the line of action and so on. Pushing this down. And so on. But yeah, that, not too many immediate, right off the top changes on this one. I'm sure there are if I like really broke it down, like, changing the shape of some things, but not too terrible. But yeah, that'll do it for today. Just a recap for the sake of the video, if anyone happens to watch it later. Today was StudyVlog week 2, gesture, day 1, shorthand, and so I wanted to focus the day on taking the understanding of the body and the things that were built upon last week, as far as anatomy, reoccurring lines, spacing, things like that, forms, all that stuff. Take the understanding of anatomy that was built upon last week and pull away some lines, pull away some indicators, and take those drawings that would have taken 5 to 10 minutes, depending, and bring them down as quick as I can. We started off pretty good, or I started off pretty good with getting rid of some of those things like the chest line on some of them, of course not indicating abs, all the time. And at first on this page, we were under 5 minutes. I was under 5 minutes on these. Oh, whoops, there we go. I was under 5 minutes on these. Again, trying to pay attention, making sure to do, gesture over anatomy. Here, actually, let me get rid of this box real quick. There we go. Making sure to pay attention to gesture and less about anatomy. Good gesture, good shorthand should be a depiction of the gesture and of the action taking place, and less about the anatomy, and making sure that everything is exactly where it should be. If you've got someone, for example, throwing a punch or a kick, it should feel visually like that's what they're doing. And so trying to take away the lines that don't matter as much. For example, normally I would be building out, the underwear, the codpiece, as I've called it, making the chest lines down, talking about the shoulder indicators and things like that. But instead, being quick, trying to put those down after taking a look at some other shorthand references on my file, realizing, I happen to be still over-structuring things. I mean, these look good, and being under 5 minutes, some of them 150, some of them 2 minutes 30, some of them 4 minutes, but staying under that 5 minutes, on average, I would say on this page about 2.5, 3 minutes. They're looking good, but describing the feet like this, as far as a rough drawing goes, is a little unnecessary. And training my brain to realize that, I feel like the hands are fine, right? These like soft indicators, but for the feet, I don't need to be depicting the feet like this every single time I'm doing a rough drawing. Looks fine, and it's rough, but after taking a look at some of the other shorthands that I'm referencing, what I noticed that is important, less about the feet being drawn properly, is making sure that if the character is grounded, that their weight is distributed evenly, that they feel grounded, that they feel good. I kind of made a example out of, I hate to ask again, but where did you find the PDF for Real Action Pose Collection? It was gifted to me personally, but the little message, Real Action, if you Google Real Action Pose Collection PDF, you might have some luck finding it. Bots was able to find it pretty quick, but again, it was gifted to me, so I don't have a link or anything. But again, he Googled it and was able to pretty quickly find it. I wish I could be more help. If you can't find it, come back again or message me on Insta or something. I'll totally help you get it. But it should be pretty quick to find, I would imagine. And you might luck out and find a whole collection, because I only have this one collection, but the company that makes the book makes a whole bunch. But anyway, so yeah, I kind of attributed the, making sure that the weight distribution and that the gesture and pose look correct is kind of like, because all of these, if this was an action sequence, if this was something that was playing in sequence, these poses, and they're roughed out, I liked to have made an example of like the circle, right? So I can make all these circles, and if I play them, they look good relatively next to each other. Obviously they're going to be a little bit different, but they're going to do their thing. And if the weight of one of these circles is off, you're going to see it. You see all of a sudden, it go bong, like you see that. And so if the weight of your characters isn't right, or if the spacing isn't right on their feet and how they're planted, and this is just an observation that I think I've made today. Um, less about the anatomy being correct and more so about the gesture and the weight distribution of the character being more important, at least when roughing out, is something I've noticed and observed today. But after loosening up the sketches a little bit and trying to indicate less of the feet and less of the hands, I was able to bring down the shorthand gesture drawing over here from an average of about 3.5-4 minutes to over here. Every single one of these is under 3. I think the highest one being 253, 251, but most of these being 155, 141, 139, 136, 141 rum. Just kidding. But oh look, here it is. But anyway, yeah, just making those observations and making those changes brought down the average a good minute and a half, almost 2 minutes down in speed and ability to get these poses out, which is pretty cool, especially for day one of going over gesture and shorthand. So yeah, very cool. I want to make more observations and find little tricks and things that I can do to teach myself, and of course share if I find anything worth sharing or that's cool. But that's it for today's study vlog, week 2, gesture, day 1, shorthand. I'll be back on Wednesday to do some more stuff. I don't know exactly what Wednesday will be focused on. Probably gesture drawing again, but this time bodies in motion. Probably pose by pose, thinking critically about like important posing, keyframing, things like that when drawing out sequence or when looking at reference. Thinking about what pose in a sequence of moves is important to show, especially when boarding, trying to pick out the beginning, middle, and end of a pose, and if a breakdown is necessary, adding that where it would be necessary. But anyway, without going through the whole motion of signing off again, that'll do it for study vlog week 2, gesture, day 1, shorthand. I will catch y'all Wednesday for some more studying, and yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I will see y'all then. Peace out.